Okay, you are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Thursday, May 25th, 2023, at around 11 p.m. And today, somehow, I've gotten talked into playing another chapter from Escape from the Asylum, a card-based puzzle game that I have not said the best things about. Little bit of bookkeeping before we start, but just a little. I have scheduled a live stream, a Q&A session for Sunday at 3 p.m. It's been about 2 months since the last one. Only 2 months? February, March, April. Maybe 2 or 3 months. But normally Sundays at 3 p.m. is when we play our play-by-mail sessions, but I can see that the new letter is not gonna arrive in time. We could just talk about last week's session. I feel like maybe I didn't spend enough time talking about reviewing the solution as we could have, so maybe we'll spend a little bit of time doing that anyway. But I thought I'll do a channel Q&A anyway. Maybe people want to talk about the latest board game controversy. I'll talk about progress on High and Low, my detective mystery game. Anyway, so if you want to join me for live Q&A, I'm happy to take any questions or take questions ahead of time if you want to post them on the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, which you can find a link to on the About page. So because I'm doing the channel update on Sunday, I won't spend any time here talking about other stuff. Okay. So tonight we're going to play chapter 7 of 10. And the reason we're playing this is because Nicola and Jonathan, who I see are both here, said they're curious to see how this case goes. And it's very easy to talk me into playing something. And it's certainly easy to talk me into the value of finishing something, even if you're not loving it. There's something to be gained from that. So I guess our plan is going to be to finish this box, but if we are going to finish it, I'd rather not stretch it out. So we'll play chapter 7 tonight. Maybe we'll play chapter 8 afterwards if it's quick. Maybe we'll play the next 2 chapters tomorrow night, I don't know, or soon after. And I think the reason why Jonathan and Nicola, first of all, Nicola is better at these games and is enjoying this one, and maybe I'm a little biased against these. Puzzle games are not my absolutely favorite genre, and I tried to do a marathon session of a puzzle game, which is not something one should do. So we're going to play chapter 7. Remember that chapters 6 through 10 are the continuations of our first 5 characters. So on chapter 6, which we played last week, we got the follow-up of our first character who was unjustly in the hospital, thought his brother put him there, but it was really his brother's wife. And he used a rope, and we found his wedding ring for Michael and Suzanne. I guess Michael was the brother, and Suzanne is his wife, who he thinks orchestrated getting him in the asylum. And he says, call for help, my wife. Let's see. So this is a note from last session. He says, contact my attorney, show him this note, I'll give you £500. That looks like a real phone number. I wonder if you could call that and get your £500. Okay, my wife is to blame. She did it to get her hands on the inheritance. Okay, so that's Suzanne. And we met Suzanne during our first playthrough, and we helped her escape. We didn't know we were helping a bad person escape. Now, was that in chapter 2? Is that who we're going to meet today? Can someone remind me? Or is she from chapter 3 and we won't meet her till the next session? I think she's from chapter 3. I think the bank robber is chapter 2. So we're not going to meet her yet. We're not going to meet her, I don't think, until chapter 8. Maybe we'll do that tonight. Chapter 2 was the burglar. Yes. Okay. So we're going to revisit the burglar this time. Anything else we need to say before we get started here? Yes, there is one more thing to say. After the last session, I put everything away, thinking I was completely done with this game. So I know there was one card we were told to leave in an envelope, and that's still there. But I hope that the game did not, I don't think it did, but I hope it didn't have me do replace any of these in the last chapter. Because if it did, I resorted that back in here, and that might break things. So I really hope that that's not the case. Does anyone remember if I sorted any of these in the game? Any of the red ones in last session? I don't think so. I retraced a little bit of the game. It would only have been from the last session, because it was only from part 2. All right. There was something about rescuing your brother or fleeing. I thought that was rescuing someone else. We tried to rescue the brother. That's how we got into his room. I think we did make a choice, but I don't think it had us replace a card. If so, maybe we can check it if we run into trouble. All right, so let's begin chapter 7. I guess the items that he had from the last session, surely we don't have access to those. All right, here we go. Anything else to talk about? Anything from the chat before we get started? All right. Here's our burglar. Some might consider you lucky for not serving a prison sentence, but turns out being stuck in a mental hospital isn't much better than being put behind bars. The fact that your partner is suspiciously missing isn't making the situation any better. Take card 1002. You have descended the stairs to the first floor, but the door leading from the stairwell on the ground floor is locked. The door is used pretty often, and you wouldn't put it past the employees to use their surroundings to remember the lock combination. Take card 3772. So just to remind you, that seems to be the mechanic being used in this game, that we were on the second floor on the first playthrough. And now we're on the first floor. So this guy escaped by getting downstairs, and now we find ourselves on the stairway, but not able to get in. 3772. Okay, so here we are. Well, this is different. This is a puzzle that's just in a little card here. All right. So we're looking for a 4-digit code. You can see there's something very suspicious about this rug right now. I mean, look at the weird missing patterns here. There's some extra stuff here, up here, or here. Anything else on the, looks like fire alarm, but mainly it looks like it's down here. All right, well, let's see. How would you code that as a 4-digit number? How would you code that as a 4-digit number? Well, we have 4 sides. How many circles here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So you could imagine 4 rows, 4 digits. Could tell you, but then there's 2 things on a digit. 2, there's defects if you consider this a defect. Or might it be that these combine to be actual numbers? Doesn't look like it. But these kind of could be, I was thinking defects in the circles, but you could imagine that this could form a letter, like if you put it together, or maybe if you look at it sideways, do you get numbers, letters? And Tina says 9680. Okay, well, how are you getting that? It does seem like, I wonder if you can't find numbers embedded in here. Okay, yeah, so look, this looks like a 6. This looks like a 9. 6, 9, 8. What's this one? It feels like this is the right direction, right? Okay, 8, 8, 6, 9, 8, 8, 9. 6, 8, 8, 6, 9, 8, 8, 9, 3. I see it's a little bit reversed. But what is this one up here trying to tell us? Like, what number is that? Six, 8, 8, 6 looks like this is 9, 8, 8, 9 partially. 6, 9, then this one, but then this one breaks because this is the 3 is reversed. It's close, but why is it? So 9, 8, 8, 9, 6, 8, 8, 6, 3, 8, 8. What are we not quite seeing? Should I be reading this down? 9, 6, 8. We think this is an O. Is that what you're saying? 9680. That's how you're reading it. Yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. 9680. And then what here? But what are we saying is over here? Why is it just to camouflage it? 9, 6, 8. And you're supposed to ignore this part. All right, let's try 9680. If you combine the 2 halves, then something goes wrong here. If you combine them, it makes sense that this combined with this gives you a 9, this combines with this gives you a 6, this combines with this gives you an 8, but this combined with this is broken. Still, if you just pay attention to the left half, I think you're right that we get 9680. So let's try that. Okay, so 9680 is not in the solution. Nine six eight is not in the solution. Let me just make sure that's right. Okay, 9680 is not in the solution. It's clearly the right idea, though. But maybe we need to take more seriously the other side of this. Like, maybe that's not an O. What is it at the bottom? And why should we know? What if we read it this way? Does it look different? Matt says, or Antina says it's a 3. Turn it around 180 degrees. All right, well, if we turn it around 183 degrees, what do we get? Then how are you saying we read it? This way, 3396. Is that what you're thinking now? Chat thinks it's 3896. 3. You think this is a 3, and we're not supposed to combine it with this, or at least a little bit of this, but then why wouldn't we conclude this is an 8 or a 3? Okay, you think this is 3, 8, 9, 6. Okay. I suppose that makes as much sense as anything. All right. There's 3896. I mean, it's starting off right off the bat, sort of same problems we've had throughout this entire game, which is that it feels like it's got sort of ambiguous solutions, but looks like we found it. 3896. You unlock the door and find yourself in a long corridor with many doors. One of them is slightly ajar. You peek through the crack in the door and catch a glimpse of the night guard sitting behind the table with CCTV monitors. But his attention is on the football match he's watching on his phone. You can hear the muffled voice of the commentator. The match is drawing to a close with only 10 seconds left on the clock, and we will soon see how many minutes of stoppage time there will be. You feel a sudden urge to back away from the door, but the sight of an employee exit gives you pause. Now, if only you could get past the guard. Take card 906. The channel was telling me I'm being too hard on the game, that it wasn't ambiguous. Alright, maybe I'm too hard on this game. You could try to sneak past the guard. You're wearing a guard's uniform after all. Hopefully he will think that it's your first day on the job, but if he does see through your pretense, you'll have to use force. Or maybe you could try to find another way out, but who knows how much time you have left before they notice your absence and catch up to you. You wonder how much longer the football match is going to last. You don't have much time to ruminate over your decision. You want to sneak past the guard if you want to search for another way out. Okay. 10 seconds left on the clock. We'll soon see how many minutes of stoppage time. Okay, so they're playing soccer. At the end of the game, they figure out how much extra time to play based on all the delays. All right, so we have a choice to make. We can try to sneak past. If we don't have enough time, then we have to get into a fight. Or we could try another approach. Thoughts? Opinions? Votes? What would you guys like to do? All right, vote. Type vote for sneak or vote for search. Vote sneak or vote search. Two votes for sneak, one vote for search. Remember, you can change your vote at any time. You just write vote something else. All right, 3 votes sneak. That settles it. We're going to sneak. Okay, if you want to sneak past the guard, take card 2006. All right, so remember, if we don't have enough time, we have to fight him. So hopefully that won't happen. And hopefully this isn't a card that I was supposed to replace. Maybe what we should do is look at these numbers. That's what we'll do. We'll look at these numbers as we pull cards out. And we'll make sure that there's nothing in there. Okay. You decide to try to sneak past the guard. You open the door, trying not to make any noise. Approaching the guard from behind, you trip over an empty paint tray. The guard leaps to his feet immediately. You have the element of surprise, so you attack the guard. After a short struggle, you manage to overpower the guard and knock him out. Phew, you almost got caught. If only the circumstances were slightly different, this could have ended badly for you. So, I wonder if this isn't a card we could have replaced? Like, no? Alright, I don't know what that's about. Okay, open envelope to room 110 and take card 5001. Alright, so we got ourselves in to room 110. Okay, and we're told to take card 5001. On the wall, there's this. Oh, we're supposed to open this. So door was left open. We just pushed our way in and had a fight. There's the fight. We tripped over the paint can, made noise, and had a fight. I guess this is all. You can see this room's being painted. There's a clock on the wall, 10 to 4. Spilled coffee. Newspaper, paint. Okay. So inside that envelope is some keys. Looks like car keys. Nothing on the back. And then we've got, looks like maybe, well, it's not Sudoku because there's the same number in multiple places. And what's here? Some scribblings with some symbols and numbers. Okay, intriguing. Let's see what it says. On the wall, there's a small cupboard. On a small hook inside the cupboard hangs what looks like a car key. Sweet. Hope you can find the car. You walk up to the door that must be the employee exit. The door is locked. You look around searching for something that will help you open the door. You find several horoscope sections from different newspapers strewn across the table. The guard is clearly obsessed with astrology. You pick up one of the newspapers from the table. The guard has scribbled something absent-mindedly on one side, and on the other side he's filled a Sudoku with nothing but sixes. Certainly not the lock combination, but could it give you a clue? Okay, so double-sided. Here's one side. Well, look, here's a 6 that's in reverse. And if we look over here, could be 9s too, but I guess it looks more like a 6. All right, what is it trying to tell us? Let's see if the channel's already figured it out. No, good. Astrology. All right, let's see what we've got. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 large boxes fully, and then we've got some 3 partial boxes. Notice that there's 9 squares in each box. Let's see. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I find that the interesting point in these puzzles for me has been thinking just about how could you communicate a 4-digit number. It's interesting that knowing the constraint that these are all 4-digit numbers as answers creates an interesting little meta puzzle of just saying, well, before we try to solve it or before we see a solution, what could it look like? So if you guess that each of these boxes was a symbol, that would be a problem because then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 instead of a 4-digit number. The Spamonite says it's the 4-digit for Pisces. Let's see. So the Pisces are the 6s. So 2106. This is Pisces. So this is 6s. So one guess might be, hey, it's all about 6s. That's who this guy is. He's this person. So he's just picked the symbol that's all about 6s. And that the answer is 2106. Leaving that aside for a second, it absolutely does make sense that perhaps the answer is just figuring out which symbol we should be going for, because each symbol looks like a 4-digit code. So it looks like everyone agreed that this is it, whatever this is. Whatever symbol this is, looks like there's some disagreement in the channel, but 6s, so this could be it. Now, so let me just point out, this is another ambiguous case. Like, okay, we're all in agreement that this is most likely just because it's 6s, right? There's lots of 6s here. This shape is similar to this shape, so that's what we're going to pick. But if that wasn't it, we'd say, oh, okay, it must be something else. So, and then this is another clue to it. All right, well, let's see if it's 2106. I mean, if it is, that makes sense. If it wasn't, it wouldn't terribly surprise me. All right. Looks like that was the right answer. You open the door only to find out that the door was leading not outside, but to a small antechamber. Crap, this place is really getting on your nerves. You drag the guard inside the antechamber and close the door behind you. You try the door outside and find that it's locked. On the wooden bench near the door, you find several ID cards. You wonder if any of them work. Okay, so we were just in room 110. Let's situate ourselves here. So where is room 110? Okay, so there's the security room. We tried to open the door hoping it would get out, and we ended up in the antechamber. Okay, so it says go to 111. Says open room 111. All right, so we're in the antechamber. You can see the rooms being painted, just like that other room. Okay. There's a trash can. Looks like something's in the trash can. A jacket hanging up. Sounds like it's a leather jacket. We've got the leather key. Sounds like we're going to assume this guard's identity and get out of here. All right, let's see what we got. He says you find several IDs. Okay, so it's a pile of IDs. Let's see. They're all single-sided. And you can see it sure looks like these are the key. These directional things. All right, so how would we get a code from this. We've got 5 of them. So it can't be that each one is a digit that we're supposed to use. We'd have to, if each one is a digit, we'd have to do 5 of them. But it could also be that these are just drawings and that if we trace them all, it will spell out some numbers. And then they are numbered, so maybe we would put them in order. 17, 28, 33, 72, 94. Note this is not ordered. This is ordered by ID number, not by issue date. You could try ordering by issue date too. Jonathan says, before we continue, can you look at the hints for the previous puzzle? I want to see if we follow the intended logic. Okay, so this was the Pisces puzzle. All right, so don't spend time looking at that for a second. Okay, so our puzzle for that one was 5001. Let's see. Okay, so the hint for that astrology puzzle was perhaps the guard was writing down signs. All right, let's just jump right to the solution. 5001. Okay, so here was the explanation for that one. If you hold the newspaper against the light, you can see the zodiac symbol for Cancer. If you look up Cancer in the horoscope section of the newspaper, it has the numbers 2106 near the entry for Cancer. So we did not hold it up to the light. We just said, look at all these 6s. And what is it saying? That if we had held this up to the light, I see. All right, so it was good that Jonathan had us looked at. So if you hold it up to the light, this reverse 6 lines up there. You can see it. Lines up with this 6 on the other side. So we were meant to do this, and then we would see it identical. So that's a bit of a failure. I mean, it was easy. We guessed it because there's 2 of these symbols, but if you actually did have to line 2 things up by looking through it in this box, we didn't do it. But that might have been, well, it's good to know that it was intended to be a little trickier. And let's remember that we may have to look through things next time. All right, let's get back to our puzzle here. So do we think that it's a little strange here because the starting lines for each subsequent arrow don't seem to, like, they make it a little bit hard to, you could guess that they're patterns on the dial pad, but I'm just having a hard time figuring out how I would overlay these. Let's see what the chat says. I think the arrows are patterns on the keypad. Each one has 4 points. So we just pick the right card and dial the combination. Note the misspellings on the physician card. Okay, well, you're right that physician is spelled wrong. Are you saying that there's more than, let me just see. I see that physician is spelled wrong, but are the other things spelled wrong? If not, then I'm guessing it's just a translation error. It's one card has expired. Yes, okay, so one card is expired. One card has a spelling error. Any other weird things? So one theory is that, well, Matt and Nicola has a fun idea. All right, so let's think about, though, the interesting possibilities here. One possibility is you combine them all. But the clue says, I wonder if any of them works, suggesting that maybe we're just supposed to find one of them. And so the idea is that we have to figure out which one of these, and then if we go through this pattern, it'll be the pattern that we use to dial their number. So the channel has hit on this idea that each one of these has an error that would let us get rid of it. So this has got a spelling error, physician. Okay. And then one of these, he said one of these expired. The accountant expiration is the 30th of February, which doesn't exist, so get rid of that one. Okay. Let's see, what else could you get rid of? These are all expired after they're issued. I thought we were playing in 2020 or so, or I'm not sure what year we're playing in. One of these might be already, like this one is already expired, right? I wonder if we couldn't eliminate this one just because it's expired. I just don't know if this one's also expired. So if these two, let's see, anything else jump out at you as being wrong? This one might be expired. How would you then decide between these two? Is there any clue to who the jacket belongs to? Not really. I'm guessing it belongs to the security guard. I wouldn't swear on it. What did I do with that door? Is this the room we're in? So this could have a clue, I guess. And there's the key. Leather. And just to confirm, another reason why you guys think that it's just one card is that you think there's 4 points on each arrow, like point 1, digit 2, digit 3, digit 4. Digit 1, digit 2, digit 3, digit 4. I don't love the idea that these are telling us what digits to click, because it seems a little bit confusing. Okay, Nicola got it. Nicola found the thing that's wrong. Metal instead of mental. Okay, so yes. Instead of mental health center everywhere, we've got mental health center. Okay, and then we're going to get rid of Alyssa because it's expired already, right? All right, so if this is the one we're left with, and then we're saying on her code, it follows this pattern. Now, it would be nice to be able to see the numbers here. Okay, I see it is 4 digits, 4 things high, but are we just supposed to remember how the digits are laid out? Because I can't quite remember. All right, so we're saying that this one goes that's not going to make sense, is it? Because these aren't 4 rows of numbers. What are they? Where is it? Usually it's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then special, or there's a 0 somewhere. All right, so what's happening here? Where do we think we've gone wrong? Where have I gone wrong in translating this to this? Upper left is 1, then 6, then 7, then this. That doesn't make sense. Oh, 0. You think the 0 is here? So 1, 6, 7, 0. Okay, we do have a 0, but why do we know that the 0 is here? That's weird. I mean, maybe we've seen it on another card that all these locks have the same layout of numbers with a close-up. That would be the way to do it, but it's a shame that this room doesn't have a close-up of the digits if those are supposed to be important. Let's try this. 1, 6, 7, 0. Let's try this. Can we see the... Nicholas says, I think the red lines are aligned in the same way, giving 2689. Okay. So someone wants to look at the keypad again. Okay, there's the keypad. I'll give you a close-up. And now let's look at Nicola's idea. I think the red lines are aligned on all cards the same way. Okay, so there's our correct card, and here are our incorrect cards. So Nicola is saying, look how narrow this is. This is not the full width. Here's a full width one. So Nicola is saying that this one here starts at 2 and goes 2, 6, 8 to here. But that would still be 2, 6, 8, 0. You're not saying you think that this last thing is a horizontal move, are you? That to get 2, 6, 8, 9, this last thing would be moving horizontally. And then someone else is saying, well, why would you align this on the right-hand side? Why not just align it on the left? In which case you get 1, 5, 7, 0. One card starts from the 0, which is much lower. They all look like their bottom row is aligned to me. And you're saying one starts from the 0, so you think that's the 0. But then this would have to be to the right of the 0, which doesn't make sense. All right, it's not full across. It could be 1, 5, 7, 0. All right, well, boy, this is going to be me complaining again. We've got like 3 guesses in the channel based on spelling something out on the... And the channel's reminding me, don't go crazy. All right, let me guess what I think is the most likely of these. My guess is that this has to end on the 0. Let me just see, where do they line up this way? All right, so if I had to guess that this was lining on the 0, which is at the center, that would mean the last digit is a 0, then it has to be a 7 up to here. Then is it going all the way to 6? No, it's going over to 5, and then to 1. So 1, 5, 7, 0, if I had to guess. And it looks like that's at least one guess. Nicholas says 1, 5, 7, 0 makes the most sense. Okay, so I'm in agreement with the 1, 5, 7, 0 theory. But I still don't love it. All right, well, there is a 1, 5, 7, 0. And just for anyone watching, the reason we've picked 1570 is based on the idea that the 0 is down at the center bottom. And so this final arrow has to be on the center because there's nothing to the left and the right that's a digit. So if you assume this is the center, then this one up gets you the 7, and then this one up gets you the 5, still in the middle. But I'm not happy with how these are, like, these arrows are, don't look quite like they're hitting the center of those points. But all right, whatever. Here we go. 1570. Looks like we were right. You open the door and you're about to step outside when you hear a soft rustling coming from the security room. A moment later, there's a voice. You listen to what must be a phone conversation. Okay. So we've opened the door. One 796. We're about to step outside, and now we hear something. Where are we hearing it from? We've opened the antechamber door. We're hearing it from here, where we just knocked out this guy. Yeah, so he's woken up and he's made a call. So I think we're going to be in a little bit of trouble here. David, it's me, Suzanne. I'm calling from the phone of one of the guards. I left my phone upstairs. Crap, you realize you forgot to remove the guard's cell phone. A huge mistake on your part. There's no time. We have bigger problems. What? That scumbag criminal that was sectioned this week was the one who stole your money? Our money? Who told you that? Really? Dear, yesterday we could have gotten rid of him easily, but now he's gone missing. His ward was empty when I got there tonight. We find there are no guards around. We are in trouble. We find him, we find out where our money is, and then wipe his memory. We need to cover our tracks. So David Dark, remember, is the doctor who runs this whole place, and Suzanne is the wife who's kidnapped our brother. So Suzanne is calling. You realize you forgot to remove the guard's cell phone. Okay, so the wife is in the room next door, it sounds like, and she's picked up his phone and is calling to the doctor and telling him, we've got problems. The criminal, that's us, is escaping, and he's the one that has their money. So they're after us now, and then they're going to try to wipe our memory. 6058. Nicola liked the puzzle. Matt says this was a fair puzzle. Let me just say, I really appreciate that you guys are giving your opinion of the puzzles as a sort of a second opinion, because I'm not loving them. I did like the elimination of the bad cards. That was fun. I just didn't like that directional arrows, but that it didn't give us a dial pad to look at, I didn't love. But I do appreciate that you guys are giving your opinions, and it's good to have second opinion on those things. Okay. 6058. You gather that they're talking about you. You need to get out of here before they get a chance to drag you back and wipe your memory. If they catch you, your prospects aren't looking good. Take card 9713. Okay, let me just make sure there's nothing here. Okay, here we go. We got to get out of here before they catch us and wipe our memory. You exit through the door without waiting to hear the end of the conversation. You take in your surroundings. The clinic's grounds are surrounded by a tall fence. In the distance, you can see the gates and a small guardhouse. You could try to sneak outside through the guardhouse, but the lights are on and you can see the guards milling around inside through the window. To the side, there's a white van. You can run up towards the van. Stealing the van is only half the work. You need to find a way to get past the gates. The guards are not likely to open the gates for you, and ramming through the gates with the van would be unwise given the circumstances. In the end, you decide to solve one problem at a time. Take card 6099. We do have the car keys. Okay, next up. One problem at a time. Open the envelope with the van. Okay, find the van. All right, here we are. I do love this envelope system, I gotta say. All right, so we've got a van here with some numbers on it, and it wants us to open it. You unlock the van with the car key. You get in the driver's seat. Same thing on the front and back. 163296081. Okay. All right, so we're in the van. And in the van, there's two things. Let's see what the channel wants first. We're seeing ourselves in Chapter 7 in the tool shed. Chapter 6. Is that true? I don't remember what we saw. We saw someone messing with the van in the previous chapter. Is that what you're saying? We saw someone. I can't remember. Okay, so we've got a glove compartment and a fuse box in this. Okay, let's read this. You unlock the van with the car key, you get in the driver's seat and turn the key in the ignition, but the van won't start. After a few tries, you swear loudly and bang your hand on the wheel. Damn it! This old rusty thing won't start. You're so close to freedom. You decide to check the glove compartment. Maybe you can find something useful there. Okay, so it sounds like it wants us to work on this puzzle. And take card 3420. Okay, so just to catch up with what the channel is saying, it's saying you're saying that what we're seeing here, the guardhouse, the lights are on. You can see the guards milling around inside through the window. That's the guardhouse. I don't think we were in the guardhouse. We were in the tool shed. I could be wrong. Okay, so there's the glove box. Okay. There's our 4-digit code we have to come up with. This looks like it's the key to our puzzle. Let's see what 3420 says. There's a combination lock on the glove compartment. That requires a 4-digit code. There are also several stickers next to the lock. They wouldn't simply stick the code on the glove compartment, would they? Okay, so let's see. So you might imagine that this is our 4-digit code. One possible way is just that these are the number of segments missing in the car, but actually it's a little bit different because we've got missing interiors and missing exteriors. So what's happening when a segment is missing? No, it's not that simple. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 8 segments total. This one has no segments. So if you were just counting segments, if you're just counting outer segments, This is weird because here we've got partial segments too. Like, look, there's a partial segment. So the things that change are an outer segment can be missing in totality. So that's 1, 2 missing here, 1, 2, 3 missing here. An interior spoke can be missing as it's missing here. An interior spoke can be half missing. So here, all the exterior segments are missing. Here we've got a missing exterior segment, 2 missing spokes in total, and then 2 missing half spokes. Is it a shape thing? It's very common for these things that when they look weird to be shapes. Like, is there a way to see this as a shape? I'm thinking like if you draw what's missing, then the last one is a 0. Like if we draw what's missing here, if we draw what's missing from this one, what do we get? We get a segment, and then a line down is missing, and then halfway, and then full. That looks like that could be a 7. Then this one, if you draw what's missing, you get a full curve, and then a line down, and a line down, and a partial line, and a full line. That could be a 9. Then if you look at this one, what's missing, what do you get? You get a curve like that, then missing this, then missing a curve down here, and a line up, and a curve here. That could be a 2. 2. So if I had to guess, I'd say this number is 2970. Nicholas says 2. All right, so it looks like we're in the same idea, working on the same thing. 2, 4. This could be a 4 here instead of a 9. Why did I write it as a 9? Yeah, I think if it was a 4, you'd have a thing here. The fact that it's a 9, the fact that it's like this makes me think it's a full 9. So I get 2970, not 24. Let's check it out. So I guess 2970. Okay, so 2970 is not in there. Let's check out if Nicola was right, that it's 2470. Okay, so Nicola was right that it's 24. So I'm trying to, so this is the shape that I got, which you could argue looks like a 9 or a 4, but now why is this piece missing if it's a 4? I suppose here's what the 4s look like. So when I draw 4, I write it like this, without this touching, but when this font draws a 4, it does connect these. The 9s What does a 9 look like? That's a good question. Here's a 9. So I guess you're right. If we're using these fonts, then if I use my fonts, here's how I'd write a 4 and a 9, which makes this look more like a 9 than a 4. Although you could argue, why has it got this thing here? But then if you look at these fonts, this 4 is connected, which looks more like this one. And this 9 is curved up around, which this isn't. Okay. All right. Well, 2470. Nicola was right. All right. Let's see what we got. You open the glove compartment and look inside. You pull out a small remote control. It must be the remote control to the gates. You also find a crumpled piece of paper inside the glove compartment. You read the note. In case the car doesn't start, remove the panel below the steering column and connect the wires manually. XV should work. Okay, so it sounds like now we've got to solve this one. So what are we looking at here? We've got an arrow going this way. We've got wires from 1 to 8. Nothing on the back. And it says XV. All right, well, let's look at our wires. We got different colors, red, green, blue. That's interesting. They're sort of squiggly, but it's hard to see. They sort of all, I mean, this looks a little bit like an X. So how do we get a 4-digit number out of this? So someone's pointing out that this is the color red. So you're thinking these should be red. Sorry, let me look at the chat here. Wire 1 and 5 are red. Well, 1, 3, 5, and 7 are red. 4 wires that add to 15. One of each color that adds to 15. Interesting theories. Well, 4 that add to 15 is tempting. One of each color is tempting. So you'd probably guess it's going to be the green 2. One of each color. That doesn't quite make sense. We've got 3 colors, and these clearly, these look like they're 2, 2, 2, 2. So look, there's 8 wires. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 8 wires. 2 combined to give a digit. So if I had to guess, I'd guess that we're going to put 2 wires in 4. We're going to pick 4 of these connectors and put 2 wires in each. There's 4 reds, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a red in each. But who knows? So what about So I think we're going to get 4 digits by placing all 8 wires would be my guess. Sorry, you think there's 7 wires. That's my fault because it's not zoomed out. There you go. So 8 wires, and it looks to me like there's supposed to be 2 in each. So I apologize for that. Okay, so if I had to guess, I'd say we're going to pick 4 things. And we don't, to solve the puzzle, I'm guessing we don't need to know what colored wires go in each, but we will need to know which pairs. Put the red wires to form the shapes X and V. So Nicola's theory is that it's my claim that we're going to pick 4 things to put 2 wires in, and saying if you use the red X's, that means this red goes here, this red goes here, so 1, 3, and then, but then what's your claim over here? They can't go to the same one. You think this here and this here gives you V? I don't love that. They can't go to the same one. If these 2 reds go here, I see, you're saying it's a double 6. I see. I see what you're saying. You're saying we put the red... You're saying I was wrong about my theory that we're looking for the... See, my theory was we're going to identify the 6 connectors, and that if you make an X with the reds, that tells you we've got a red here and a red here, and then we could put 2 other wires in there to fill them up, and then these would have to go to 2. But you're saying don't even care about anything but where the reds are. So you put this red over here, that gives you a 1. This red over here gives you a 3. Then this red over here gives you a 6, and then this red over here gives you another 6. And Tina says, very good puzzles. I am not agreeing with you guys that these are good puzzles, but okay. I do see the logic of that. I wouldn't find it insane if it didn't work. How... I don't know why in the channel it says 4166, but everyone's agreeing that it's 3166 by making the X's. Okay, well, let's see if you're right. I mean, the reason I don't like it is because it doesn't seem to have a logical, functional result. But I can see how you would do it. Can I point out why this is a bad solution? Okay, so XV, huh? But you're not allowed, you have to do the X first and then the V. That's why you're doing it, the red X and the red V. Okay. All right, well, we're just going to have to agree to disagree about the puzzles here. But it is solvable. It makes sense. Looks like we got out. You connect the last wire and the vehicle rumbles to life. You press the button on the remote control and the gates slowly begin to open. You press down on the accelerator and can't help but smile. Despite the fact that you went through a lot in the past few days, what matters is that you're finally free. This wasn't an easy job, but you pulled through anyway. No matter what life throws at you, you always manage to come out on top. The end. Okay, so our burglar, our bank robber, made it out. We helped him escape. Should we be helping a bank robber escape? I guess that's a question for another day. Looking at the chat, what we've got is, for the record, I'm neutral on these puzzles because I don't play a lot of puzzle escape rooms except with these streams. Nicholas says, I think the puzzles we saw today were all very good. We had issues that seemed close, but something didn't fit. We had to discuss and iron out the inconsistencies. They all made perfect sense at the end. Matt says, I agree. The whole chapter is fair and decent puzzles. Best chapter for so far for me. I would forgive the keypad puzzle part I disliked given how the rest were good. Okay, so it sounds like in general the chat was reasonably happy with these puzzles. I didn't have the complaints about them that I did in some of our other chapters. I don't love them. I think when a puzzle happens, it should all make sense. It shouldn't be like, well, that seems like it might be reasonable. But okay, minor quibbles, they were reasonable. The narrative was a bit thin too, but I do like the crossover. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a break now. Well, let's vote on it. You guys are the ones doing the hard work here. Do you want to play Chapter 8 or do you want to end the stream here? And I will remind you that Chapter 8 is where we're finally going to meet Suzanne, we think. So type vote stop or vote continue. So if you vote continue, we're going to take a break no matter what. Or you could type vote Chapter 8. But the question is, do we end the stream now or do we play Chapter 8? Okay, looks like we've got all Chapter 8s. Continue. Everyone's continuing in Chapter 8. Okay, well that's enough. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We'll play Chapter 8. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Let's record our time here on chapter... I didn't record our chapter 6 time. Chapter 7. 12:30. So 90 minutes. No hints. It's 12:30 now, so I guess probably closer to 80 minutes. Divide by 3 gives us under our 60 minutes. So we did well that session. Now I've got chapter 8. We're starting at 12:33. All right, so this is the chapter we've all been waiting for, because I think if we're all remembering correctly, we're going to meet Suzanne here, which is one of the bad guys who imprisoned us, who works here. Let's see if that's right. Am I remembering that right? Is that who this person is? Suzanne? Let's see. No, it doesn't look like it's Suzanne. You remember waking up on the table in a sterile room filled with bizarre medical equipment. There was this man. You think he was trying to help you. He unplugged you from the machines, then injected you with some kind of formula. He told you to follow him downstairs. Your legs are wobbly and you've got one hell of a headache, but at least you can stand upright. Where did you go? How do you escape? Where do you go? The man is nowhere to be found. You try to recall how you got here, or at least your own name. It's Michael Anderson. At least you think so. Okay, so this is not Suzanne. This is the brother who we did wake up. When we played the game, we had a choice to save a guy. Remember, a woman jumped out the window. Our woman jumped out the window when we played Suzanne. And then when we played someone else, we had a choice to try to help the woman who jumped out the window, which was Suzanne. When we controlled her, we had her jump out the window. And we also saved this guy. Now it turns out that the guy we saved is Michael Anderson, the brother of our first character, who's being tricked by Suzanne. And it looks like we're going to play him instead of Suzanne. Right? So Suzanne, we helped escape. John says, I thought Suzanne was trapped in an elevator. Boy, we have to watch the previous games. I thought Suzanne was the one we jumped out the window. And then we saw her out the window and decided to help her, but then she was gone. So hopefully we got someone with a good memory. It helps when you pick someone to play games with. It's nice to have like one person in the group who's got a good memory. Because it's not me. All right, here we go. So I believe this is a new character to us. This is a guy we woke up and we've not played him before. Suzanne was in the elevator. Are you saying Suzanne ended the game in the elevator? But, all right, fine. But she was from chapter 3, right? Like we thought we were going to be playing her. But we're not. We're playing Michael Anderson instead. Where am I? Is this a hospital? Which hospital? A psychiatric one? Where is the man who helped me? What's this door? Is this a ward? It must be my room. Maybe I'll find something inside. Lying down sounds like a good idea. My head hurts so much. All right, we know they're doing memory wipes in this place. We've given this guy the antidote, but it's clearly not working that well for him. Okay, Suzanne ended chapter 3 in the elevator. Okay, so soon we're going to run into Suzanne, which is this guy's wife. So maybe we are going to run into her today. Open envelope, room 102. You push the door handle and the door swings open. You step into the room and take a look at your surroundings. On the bedside table, you see a file with your name on it. It must be your personnel file. Your personal file. You open the file and make an effort to read what's written inside. My wife committed me to the clinic? My Suzanne? You bet she was the one who institutionalized Peter, too. Poor Peter, he was having such a hard time. Why am I here? What did Suzanne do, and what were they going to do with my memory? Okay, let's find room 102. Okay, so there was 102, our stereogram. And 102 actually told us to put this card in it. And that's Michael Anderson's medical record. And my wife committed me to the clinic. I think maybe we were it's acting as if this was also in the room too. So maybe this should have been put back in, even though it says to hold it, maybe it should have gone back at the end of our game into 102. Okay, so he found his note that refreshed his memory that his wife is after him. What were they going to do with my memory? What do you mean, what were they going to do with it? They were going to wipe it out. Okay. Let's go get revenge on Suzanne. It's cold in here, and this place gives you the creeps. You need to get out of here and find some clothes. You see the door to the locker room. It's open. You step into the locker room. Open envelope for the room 119. Take card 5803. All right, before we do that, let's situate ourselves here. So we were in room 102. Here. He came out of 102 and he's made himself, he's gotten himself to all the way to 119 to the locker room. Okay, we found the locker room. It's open. We stepped in. Okay, let's walk right into the locker room. So there's the locker room, 119. Opening it up. Well, this is pretty neat. We've got some lockers. Some folded over lockers. The amount of work, look at this. They're folded over and tucked in, cut and then tucked in. The amount of work that went into preparing these pieces for this game is just shocking. Were they all hand assembled? I mean, obviously hand assembled. This is hand assembled by what? Is it some village in China that's put together that was dedicated to this game? I don't quite understand the production prep for this game. It's just off the charts. Okay, so that was 119. We opened it. We looked inside. We've got 2 lockers. Okay, and then it tells us to open this one. Inside you see rows of lockers. On the wall, there's an announcement. Dear colleagues, if you would like to contribute to the celebration in honor of Dr. Dark's 40th birthday on April 2nd, please contact Suzanne Anderson. Suzanne and Dr. Dark are two birds in a tree. We already overheard her phone conversation, so we know that. That's no surprise. Okay, celebrating his birthday on April 2nd. Let's remember that. 3711. Do we need to write that down? You look at the lockers until you find the one with your wife's name on it. On the locker, there's a padlock that requires a 4-digit code. She always used to use her birth year, 1989, as a code, so you once suggested changing it using a simple algorithm. Here's the algorithm. Take any 4-digit sequence, say 1, 2, 3, 4. All of a sudden, his memories come back. He's remembering all this. Okay, take any 4-digit sequence, say 1, 2, 3, 4, you told her, then add its first digit to the first digit of your birth year. Okay, do the same with the second digit. The last digit of 11 is the second digit of the code. Continue that way and you'll get the rest of the digits. Okay, the final code. Okay, just don't actually use 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, fine. Okay, then it says take card 5188. Okay, so it's teaching us what code, how Suzanne would calculate a code by modifying it with her birth year, 1989. I'm just going to make a little note here. Dr. Dark, 40th birthday is April 2nd. And then Suzanne's birthday is 1989. Birth year. Okay, put those aside. And let me make sure there's nothing we're supposed to replace here. Okay. You are so clever. A number that I can easily remember apart from my birth year. Of course, I will use the birth year of the man I love, she told you and smiled playfully. Take locker number 10, don't open it. So it looks like in this room are 2 lockers we could open. We're not going to use one of them. We're going to use the locker that belongs to her, which is locker 10. We have to figure out how to open it. Okay. So a number I can easily remember apart from my birth year, of course. So we think this is going to be Dr. Dark's birth year. We know his 40th birthday, but that would require us to know what year it is, but I guess we can get it from here. I think 2019 is the current year. So if 2019 is the current year, and it's his 40th birthday in April, I guess it would depend what year whether it's April yet. But so that would be what, 1979, is that right? It was 1980 and we added 40 years, we get 2020, so 1979 is his birth year, I guess. Mission date is April 12th. Okay, I see, yes. So it's past April. So he is 40. So I think that makes his birth date 1979. But it's easy to be off by one if you're not careful. So if he was 1 year old, it would be 18. So yeah, okay, I think that means it's 1979. You channel can correct me, perhaps. All right, so now let's read this to make sure we understand what we're doing here. She always used her birth year as a code. So it's saying take any 4-digit number, and it's, well, it sounds like we're supposed to take her birth year and add it to his birth year. Yeah? I guess that's right. So 1979, and then her birth year is 1989. Okay, you basically start with the first digit, you add it up. So 1 plus 1 is 2. Then 9 plus 9 is 18, and we take always the last digit. So 9 plus 9 is 18, 1 8, so we use the 8. 7 plus 8 is 15, we use the last digit, which is a 5. 9 plus 9 is 18, we use the last digit, which is an 8. But is that what we're supposed to be doing? Adding her birth year? She always used her birth year as a code. But then here she says, and then we've got, on what basis are we, okay. You're so clever. So she's saying back to him in his memory, which has now come back, you're so clever. A number I can easily remember apart from my birth year. Of course, I'll use the birth year of the man I love. Okay. 2858 is our agreement. Everyone thinks is right. Okay, well, there's our 2858. Let's see if it opens the locker. Looks like it does. Open locker number 10. You enter the combination and remove the lock. Okay, so we actually remove. It's hard to get this back, but yeah, the idea that someone is going to sit there and do that to prep all this is just, like, think about that for a second. You're producing this game, right? And you just make a fold out piece of paper and you're like, okay, I want you to, when you're pitching this to your production team, I want you to make it so this comes folded over. Don't just put the piece of paper in it with one side, fold it over. And then you say, okay, not only that, I want you to, when you produce it, cut a slit in here and then have the person assembling each box of 30 envelopes fold that over neatly and get it in there. That's just crazy. Okay, channel wants me to check. Let's see. Can we see the solution? The instructions were not those. Okay, sure. Okay, so the solution to puzzle 5188. Your wife was born in 1989 and Dr. Dark was born in 1979. Your wife used those two number sequences to generate the code to her locker. First, you need to combine the first digit, and then it just tells us to run the instructions the way we did. So he told her a way to add numbers, and he said she always uses her birthday, and then she needed another 4-digit sequence. All right, let's see what we got. Open locker 10. Here's her locker. I guess we're getting a first look at Dr. Dark here, who she's having an affair with. Is that the right camera? Yeah. Okay. And she's also got what? Yoga mat or a thermos, orange or green jacket, and some high heel shoes. Some towels and stuff. Okay. You cannot believe this. She used Dr. Dark's birth year to generate her lock combination. As you open the locker door, a single photo falls to the ground. You pick up the photo and realize that it's the photo of your wife with Dr. Dark. Suzanne has been cheating on you with Dr. Dark. How could you have been so blind? If you think about it, all the signs were there. You just didn't want to admit it to yourself. She was always working, spending nights at the clinic, and all this time she was sleeping with that bastard. Is this why you're here? Because of her pathetic love affair? And the money, of course. You remember he inherited money. You bet that was a nice added bonus. She thought she could get away with it. You angrily slammed the locker door shut. Take card 3273. So we've been talking about the production quality to create this. Now add to that the fact that this is purely for narrative. I mean, you got to be impressed. This is purely for effect. I mean, maybe we're going to hear about her orange jacket, but it's just telling us to now, that's it. You shut it and you're done with it. All right. Take card 3273. All right. So we're angrily slamming shut the door to the locker. What was the nice added bonus? Oh, the money. Okay, here we go. You need to find out what's going on in here and what Suzanne is cooking up. You think she mentioned that she has an office on the first floor of the clinic. You go looking for your wife's office. Okay, this is fun. 7467. This is going to be interesting to see how this resolves with Suzanne. Are we going to confront her in the elevator? All right, here we go. We're looking for Suzanne's office. Just a few steps away from the locker room, you manage to remember the number of your wife's office. You stop in front of the door and push the door handle. Locked. The wallpaper next to the door is peeling off, revealing the old wallpaper underneath it. Somehow, this appears strange to you. The clinic is shabby and old, but it wouldn't have taken much effort to put up new wallpaper. Take envelope for room 107 and do not open it. Okay. So, 107. So where did we go? We went out of the locker room and we remembered that Suzanne works in 107. Check the handle, it's locked. Okay. So let's see if we can get into Suzanne's room. We're told the old wallpaper is peeling. They could have fixed it, but they didn't. And here it is. All right. So somewhere in this pattern of the old wallpaper is a 4-digit code. Well, what jumps out to you as obvious? A couple things. First of all, that looks like a 7. That doesn't seem right, but we need a 4-digit code. We do have 4 rows of hearts. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not sure on what basis you would count these hearts here, though. Like that's a 1 heart. Is it 1 heart or is it 3 hearts? What you could, if you counted full hearts, you'd have a 1, 1, 1, and a 1, 2, 3, 4 here, if that's 4 hearts, but that doesn't seem much of a basis. What else does it tell us to how we should be thinking about this? It just says it's strange that the old wallpaper is there. All right. On what other basis could you come up with a 4-digit code for this using the wallpaper? We've got hearts, circles, lines, triangles, but hearts are the only ones that are 4 times. Let's see what the chat thinks about this. I see 2517. And Tina says 227. John says I see 2517. What are you guys seeing? Looking down the pattern being mirrored. What are you guys seeing? 2517, half the symbols. Matt says 2617. All right, someone's gonna have to explain to me how what you're talking about. The heart shape is a repetition of 2 and its mirror image. Same for the other rows. I see. You're saying the hearts represent 2s because you could see a 2 and it's mirrored. And then you're saying this is a 6 that's mirrored. And then you're saying this is a 1 that's mirrored. And then this is a 7 that's mirrored. So it's basically saying 2617, 2617. Five, not 6. I see. You're saying this is a 5. And then back to back. This is a back to back 5. And that's a back to back 7. I see what you're saying. Back to back. 2, 5, 1, 7. If you use 2 pieces of cover to show the sides, it'll be clearer. Okay, let's do that. So I guess the idea is that there's our 2. And then shift it over, there's our 5. 1. And there's our 7. So that's our 517, or I guess there's our 1, something like that. There's our 2, there's our 5, there's our 1, and there's our 7. All right. These are cards we already used. Okay, that's reasonable. The only logical way to store passwords, says Jonathan. All right, 2517. Let's see if that's right. That's clever. Everyone is on point today. I agree. I mean, Nicola is on point, that's for sure. And Tina as well. All right, well, that's a lot of visual sort of illusion-based puzzles. Not my strong suit. Maybe that's why I struggle a bit with this game. Okay, so that was the right answer. You open the door to your wife's office. Creak. We're in. A cluttered desk takes up the central space in the room. On the desk, there's a laptop. The walls are lined with bookshelves filled with medical encyclopedias. Nothing on the bookshelves captures your attention, but the laptop is a whole other story. You could probably find something interesting on it that could give you some answers. You power on the laptop, but it appears to require some sort of graphic password. It does look peculiar, but you should be able to crack the code. Okay, let's check out the laptop. All right, here we go. So this is the password on our laptop. That is some password. All right, what have we got here? I guess this is a good, let me see. I mean, I think you guys would benefit from this view, but I need to be able to see it myself. Okay, there you go. All right, let's see. So it's telling us to start from here. But what do we think? So it sounds like we're gonna, the code is gonna be some combination of 4 of these digits in some order. But how would you get an order? Do you just go through the maze? So if we can get to 4, we go through here. Well, maybe I'm mistakenly got it. What if we go backwards? I sort of, this one. Let's look at what how the chat is thinking about this. For every answer you give for a sequence, there'll always be a solution. For a number sequence, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4. I bet we go out 1, then 2, then 3, then 4, and the path shows a number sequence. That is very clever. That is a very, I gotta say, the parts about this game, and Jonathan's just confirming what Nose te ipsum's know thyself's theory is, that when we trace it, we're gonna see a pattern. I think it's logical because that would suggest you could get out through to any of these locations, but then why would it matter the order? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's just a trick. So ideally we'd like to draw on this. Let me just see if we can do this. I mean, I see. Let's see if we can do this. All right, can you still see through this? Yes, you can. All right. I wouldn't mind getting some thinner tracing paper that I can see better through. Maybe I should look into that in the future. All right, let's try to do this. Let's do some registration lines. All right. I don't actually want to do this, to be honest with you. Like, it's too finicky. But it's a little hard to see it in person, too. Let's see. I don't actually want to do this. So what we're going to do is we're just going to look right at the hints. $25.17. Assuming that our theory is right, I'm going to look at the hints and see if we're right. It says, the labyrinth itself must be a clue. You wonder why it has 4 exits and only 1 entrance. Okay. Next clue. The path from the entrance to each exit will reveal the code. Remember not to draw on the game components. Okay. Well, this is a really interesting way to say this. It's like, don't draw on the game components. Now, if this is true, is this a hint that you don't need to trace the path? That you don't need to overlay the drawings? Or is this a hint that you need graph tracing paper? Well, I'm going to the solution because I don't want to spend a half hour drawing the stuff. But before I do, I want to hear theories, because the theory that I've just heard, that it's a drawing out of the numbers, makes the most sense to me. But is Nicola saying they have a different theory? Nicola, do you have a different theory? Go to each entrance in turn. So go to 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. How would the direction, how would the order that you do that make a difference? Certainly it wouldn't if you're just looking for the pattern that gets written on. Do you have a different theory? Anyone ever play a Atari game where you race to another player? I do not remember that. I have very fond memories of an Atari and playing Adventure on the Atari with that little duck dinosaur that would chase you. But I don't know what that is. All right, I'm just going to look at the solution. Okay, so it is exactly what we said. Connect the entrance with each exit to see the digits of the code. The order of the digits is determined by the exit numbers. So if you go to exit 1, you end up tracing this 6. A line and then this 6. And then if you go to exit 2, you end up tracing the 5. Exit 3, you end up tracing the 4 over here. And then the 4th exit, you end up tracing a 3. But they are reminding you not to draw on it. So either you have to have a tracing paper, or I guess you just walk through it and notice. Maybe the digits are simple enough that when you walk to this exit, you see that you're doing a 3. Why did it say we don't need to draw, not to ruin the components? Yeah, it tells you not to draw on it because it's giving you a nice reminder that it doesn't want you to destroy any components. But on the other hand, it's giving you a puzzle that really may be very hard to solve without doing the actual drawing using tracing paper. So, yeah, I don't know. That's a bit of a miss for me, but 6543. And it's also just a little busy work. But okay. No worries. All right, so we got into her laptop where you had to draw on the screen. Let's see what we've got. You enter the password and unlock the laptop. You look through the files. The name of one of them catches your eye. You click it and open a file with a bank account statement. It says that there's been a large transaction from your account to Dr. Dark's account. What? The sum matches exactly the sum your father has left you as inheritance a couple of weeks ago. You can see that the date of the transaction is exactly the date you got locked up in here 2 days ago. Bloody hell. First Suzanne put my brother away, then she got rid of me. And now my money is going to her secret lover. Could this get any worse? All right, let's just make a note here because it seems like it's trying to tell us days and stuff. So the date of the transaction is the date you got locked up here. So 4/12/19 is date transaction and locked up. And today is 4/14/19 because it says 2 days ago. All right, so in case we need to know this, this is chapter 8. All right, next up. Take card 0651. Could this day get any worse? We're going to find out. I can't wait till he catches up with Suzanne in the elevator. You say she's in the elevator. You're not so keen on looking for your wife anymore, but you decide that you can deal with her and her lover later. Right now, you need to get out of here and contact your attorney. She's not getting a cent of your money. You're beginning to see everything more clearly with every passing moment. You can't tell if the anger cleared your head or the formula that man injected you with is finally kicking in. So how do you get out of here? On the wall, there is an evacuation plan. There's a storage room with a separate exit leading outside. At this hour, it should be abandoned. You can exit through there unnoticed. You decide to go to the storage room. 4811. Okay. Just gonna make sure there's no red cards. Okay. Beside the door to the storage room, you notice a bunch of unassembled cardboard boxes. Looks like they order the same cardboard boxes in bulk and always leave them near the door. Take envelope for room 100, but don't open it. All right. So here's 100. It's filled with some physical components. All right. And it looks like if you assemble it, you get digits. Looks like a 5 here, an 8 here, a 3 here, and a 1 here. But maybe that means this connects with this. No, this can't touch this. All right, let's continue here. I guess we'd have to assemble this to get all the digits on all the corners. What's my favorite puzzle? All right, well, I'll answer that a little bit later. Oh, favorite puzzle game, I see. Someone asked me, someone posted on the YouTube channel, is there a similar game that has better puzzles? And maybe we'll talk about that. It's been a while since I played these. There are a couple smaller ones, Detective and Deckscape. I wouldn't say those are better, The one that I have a fonder memory of is the Escape Tales, which feels to me very similar vibe to this. That I did like better, but it's been so long since I played it, I'm not sure if that's true, but I do want to play some more of the Escape Tales. All right, but let's concentrate on this. We'll talk about that on the Q&A maybe. Okay, so we need a 4-digit code from here. Let's see. So this is really testing your spatial reasoning. If you assemble this box, so it looks like here's a fold point where that folds over. So this is going to meet this. So these don't actually combine, do they? Or do they? Maybe they do. Well, you really need some spatial reasoning here. Some spatial manipulation. Some people have good abilities to rotate stuff physically in space. I'm not one of them. We could cut this out, though. I mean, we could make a scan of it and cut it out. Yeah, I agree. Okay, let's do it. We're 47 minutes in. Let's take a break. We'll take an 8-minute break now, a little early, and I'll scan and cut it out. Unless someone is good at this enough to do it. But I guess, yeah, you could fold it. It might be nice to the other question is let's say you've got 4 digits, what order would you use them in? What would determine the order? All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break here, though, and I'm going to scan it and cut it out just for the fun of it. And then we'll decide, we'll answer that question in a bit. All right, so I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I have printed and cut out, but not folded, the box here. I do think it's kind of interesting to think about before we fold it, to see if we could do it without folding it. It seems like a little clearer now what we're up against. Feels to me like we're going to have an 8 here, a 3 here, a 5 here, and then a 4 here. I think that's the idea. Started the arrows. I think this 4 is going to continue to this 4. So if that's right, those are our 4 numbers, 4, 5, 8, 3. But would they be in that order, or would we go diagonally? And when we go diagonally, do we get through this 4? Then get to this 3, and then I don't think we can get to it in the right order. So 4, 5, 8, 3 is what I'm guessing. All right, but it's really the order that's going to be key. Let's fold it and see what we actually get. So in a game like Exit, if you bought an exit game, this would be the kind of puzzle you'd get, except you'd be encouraged to cut and fold it. Whereas this game, you're sort of encouraged to not destroy your components. But it does make these kinds of puzzles a little trickier. This is your last chance. If anyone wants to sort of intuit a different answer than me, now's your chance to do so before we reveal it. Okay, so there's our box. There it is, assembled. Oh, look at that. It's a little different. We actually have a couple numbers that I didn't anticipate. So we do have our 3. The 8 does not look actually like a convincing 8. So it looks like I was wrong there. Maybe this 3. All right, so let's start at the arrow. A little tape might have been nice. So, boy, that's an ugly looking 4. Do I have some tape? I don't have tape, but I have sticker. See if we can't keep it together by a sticker. Well, this is a little awkward, I gotta say. Maybe we don't need it. All right, well, if we follow this, there's our 4, I guess. And then next is a 5. That's a pretty convincing 5. That's a pretty convincing 3. And then I guess there's our 2. So it's just the ones on these corners. 4. It's a little hard to see that that's a convincing 4, but I believe it is. 4, 5, 3, 2. 4532, I believe, what we're working with. But that's tricky. I think that's right, 4532. 4532. Okay. Well, now that we open it up, does that make sense? Let's look at it again. Well, let's look at it on its real card. Where is it? Oh, it's on the scanner. Hold on. We need that. Now that we know the answer, can we see it here? Let's see. So we knew we started this, and we knew that was going to be a 4. But then, eyeballing it, we saw the 5. We saw the 3, but this looked a little bit like an 8. But maybe that's actually, you could see that this should have been a 2, maybe. 4. But then figuring out that the 3 and the 2, that seems like it wasn't, I don't even think it's this one. This seems like this would be hard to do without cutting it out. I feel like this is, not even sure. Where's our 2? Our 2 is actually, look at where, if we're right, look, the 2 is actually from here. 4. Let's just mark it. Sorry to belabor this, but I just want to see how difficult this is. So our 4 is here. And then our 5 is here. Then our 3 is here. 4, 5, 3. But then our 2 is 4, 5, 3, 2. Our 2 is here, and here. So if you were reconstructing this, you'd have to figure out that you started with the 4, 5, 3, but then this is how you'd get your 2. This one and this one. That's gonna be hard to do that without cutting it out. I'm not sure. I see it's on the other side of the arrow, so maybe you could have figured out that it was going in a diagonal way and then would hit the 2. Boy, that's tough to do without cutting it out. That's, I don't know. I don't know about that. That doesn't seem like a great puzzle for a game where you're not supposed to cut things out. Okay, here we go. Open the envelope to room 100. You enter the storage room and look around. Storage room is filled with sealed cardboard boxes containing medical supplies. Take card 4005. Okay. Let me do some cleanup here. This away. Okay, let's open up this room. There's a bunch of stuff in it. Storage room. That's a lot of little pieces. Dozens. Okay. All right. So we opened it up and we've taken the envelope, taken card 4005. All right, let's see what it says. There is a small door that is buried behind stacks of heavy boxes. You could try to free the space around the door, but you have to be careful about how you stack the boxes. There's also a large garage door, but the chain that opens the door is too high up to reach it from the ground. You could use the forklift to stack wooden pallets and climb on top of them. If you open the garage door, you can drive the forklift outside and use it to climb the tall fence surrounding the clinic's grounds, but it also makes a lot of noise. You wouldn't want to attract attention to your escape. What do you do? To try to open the garage door or to try to open the small door? Okay, so garage door, you could stack boxes with the forklift to try to reach it. Or you could try to free the space around the small door. But you have to be careful how you stack the boxes. All right. So vote for small door or garage door. Type vote small or vote garage. Let me put this up so you can read it if you want. Well, meanwhile, I will look at this. So we've got, wow, so many different little things here. A lot of pieces. All right, let's see what we got. Flip a coin, garage door, small door. One more vote. No flipping of a coin. You got to make your decision. It's the tiebreaker. I guess I'm the tiebreaker in this case. So we could stack them. Whatever one requires less messing with all these components is the one I choose. Let's see. Both of them involve stacking them. I would say, can we get, is there any hint from here? It looks like maybe it's going to be about fitting things into spaces if we do the small one. Stack wooden pallets. Small door. Looks like we've got, oh, I'm overridden. Small door. Okay, so we're going for the small door. Where are we now? Storage room? Where is that? Shower room. Is the storage room not here on the map? 100, room 100. Oh, here. Storage room. All right. So we're going for the small door. 9787. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of room to work with. The only way you can move all the boxes out of the way is to stack them nicely on the only free shelf, leaving the gaps as small as possible. Stack them nicely on the only free shelf. Gaps as small as possible. Okay, so what are we looking at here? Only free shelf. Is this what it means by free shelf? All right, let's try to organize here. We've got, I think these must be the pallets. So these big squares are pallets. I think these are the boxes we're going to be working with. So if we wanted to do the garage, we would have stacked pallets, which I think are these. So I don't think we're using these for this puzzle. I think these are for the wooden pallet puzzle. And I think these are what we're using to stack them. So I think my gut is that this is not for us, but this is. And I think we're probably meant to put them, yeah. So I think this is what it means by shelf. So they are double-sided. Let's just see if we naively do it, what happens. So that can only go there. That's a 9. So 1, go there. So they all have, this looks like it's vertical. All right, so there's our mission, and every single one has a number on it. Some have multiple numbers on different sides. No, that's just a handle. Okay, so 5. So no, they all have a number on one side. Okay. So I guess we have to fill this in here. I'm not sure if we're allowed to use this space, or is it just this space we're allowed to use and these are locked? I can't tell. Maybe it's just this? So do you think we're allowed to use all of these? Obviously we can't put all, well, I shouldn't say that. There's no obvious about it. But once we fill these out, we're going to have a 4-digit number. But what would be the order of it? Is it something like this? But is the idea that we have to put... Do we have access to this space? Do we not? Is this where we read off the numbers? Why would we read off from this? Is this a small door? Is this what we have to move out? Is this the small door? And does it mean, therefore, that we have to fill up the outside space? There isn't a lot of room to work with. The only way you can move all of the boxes out of the way. So there's our small door. All right, so we're not filling in this area because we need to remove these. So we need to stack these on the free shelf. Stack them nicely on the only free shelf. What do you mean the only free shelf? And are these not related to this? Maybe these represent these. Vote garage. Okay, let's see. Try placing the 9 on the bottom shelf. Okay, let's understand the puzzle. I think you use all the shelves without boxes on them. I think that only one of the shelves will hold 4 boxes, so that will give you the 4 numbers. Nicholas says, I think it makes sense to put all the boxes right side up with the ID part at the bottom left and fill any empty space. The shelves at the top have dents that should isolate a single solution. Okay, so yes, there are these dents here. But I think I think this is how I'm thinking. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the larger piece of this puzzle. And I think what we're saying is that these represent these. We're taking these, we're putting them on these four areas, and these are these. Like, even though these don't look like these, I think that's the idea, that these are these. But then the question is, how do we get 4 digits from that? Like, I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to understand on what basis, if that's true, that these have to go here and all of these have to go here. And then how do we get a 4-digit number from that? How is the channel thinking about this? Only one segment of empty space will hold 4 boxes and give you 4 numbers. Well, okay. Only one space will hold 4 boxes and give you 4 numbers. Maybe so. I mean, it's not going to be this tiny one. But why are we assuming that we care about just what's in one shelf? Because of what this thing's on the only free shelf. The only free shelf, but there's 4 free shelves, if that's what it's talking about. And if that's not what it's talking about, I'm just trying to wrap my head around what it wants from us. Why do we care about whether... I think only one segment of empty space will hold 4 boxes. The others will hold more or less than 3. Only one shelf. Okay, so Jonathan's theory is that we put all of these in here, in these empty spaces, and only one shelf will hold 4, and that's the one we use. I suppose that's as reasonable as anything. I mean, so that's holding only 3 if that's the way to do it. Is this the same width? No. So if that theory is right, then we should be looking at just finding one solution. And if we find one solution, can this go horizontally? Do they have to go right side up? Can they bend? I mean, this feels like it's got to go. Say place them where place them right side up. Place them so we can read their number. I like that idea. What if the puzzle is about the numbers that don't go on the board? I mean, what's the... All right, let's not get worked up about being angry at this puzzle. Let me not do that. Let me just try to think about it and not be so frustrated. So it feels to me like we're never going to be able to get all of these digits on here. Like, it doesn't feel like we're going to get too much tighter than that. I'm not sure. I'm not sure on what basis. So here is at least one example of a spot that can hold 4. But you can see already the problem, right? Like anything like this could be reversed and vice versa here. So like that can't possibly be a unique set of 4. All right, let me think. Oh, Nicola says, gotta go for a bit. Uh-huh. Very convenient that Nicola is leaving during this puzzle. Well, let's think about this for a second. Nicholas says, it looks like if you're going to do it, you'll have to assemble these so that there's no space unused. Well, let me posit to you that that's not possible. Look at this one. Is there any place this would go that doesn't create a gap? It can go here. It would create this tiny gap, which can never be filled. It could go here, but then this can never be filled. We've got nothing that's that shape. It can't go there. It could go here, but that gives us space that could never be filled. So it can't be that we're going to tile these on this shelf so that there's no gaps. No, of course I've messed all this up. So it can't be that there are going to be no gaps. And we've got a situation where we've got a 4, but it's clearly ambiguous in terms of reading the order. So why is this puzzle? Does the number of symbols represent the order of the numbers? Well, this is now we're getting a little more interesting. So here's a point to look at. Look, first observation, there's one of everything. John says, maybe the fact that you can switch the 4 and the 5 means they can't be on the same space. I would tend to agree with you. On the other hand, you've got the same problem with this 0 and 2. But let me suggest another observation. There's one of every digit. That's fishy. That's very fishy. Why would there be one of every digit if the puzzle is just to look at what combines up? So the reason this puzzle is frustrating is because the text is already very confusing. We've got a small door that's blocked by boxes. Here's our door, presumably blocked by boxes. The only way you can move all the boxes out is to stack them nicely on the only shelf, leaving the gaps as small as possible. So the first confusing part is this idea to stack them on the only shelf. That's confusing, badly worded explanation number one. What shelf are they talking about? Are they talking about these 4 cubbies? That's problem number one. Problem number 2 is it's posed us with the challenge of removing these boxes, of which we see 6. Are these boxes we're supposed to move? Or are these 10 boxes what representing these boxes? Like, come on, guys. Can you please do better? I mean, maybe there's a good puzzle in here, but why are we struggling with trying to understand instructions and text? And it's just bewildering to me what happened here. Okay, so, and Tina points out that I was wrong claiming that there's one of each digit, because in fact there's 2 4s and 2 5s. All right. So let's try to not get so frustrated. We've already discovered one thing. Here's one mystery we've already solved. This is going to be the last chapter we play tonight, because it's clear I'm starting to get frustrated and on tilt with this game, which is fine. I'm still enjoying it. I've got plenty of energy. We're going to play this through this chapter, but we're going to be stopping at the end of this chapter. All right, so when I play, one of my favorite games is called Crack the Case. We're going to step back for a second and talk. You're just going to chat person to person for a second. Crack the Case is a game where people can ask yes or no questions, and you've got a little card that describes a scenario and a solution. Like a woman's driving and crashes. How did a phone call kill her? Right? Totally not constrained, and people ask questions to figure out what the story is behind the puzzle. And what I love about that game is that the clear human psychology when people play it is to try to guess the solution. And it's a lot like solving a problem. And in fact, this is where I really went off track working on my PhD thesis. There's a very strong temptation to just try to solve the puzzle. And it takes some discipline, but often the better thing to do is try to understand the framework, understand the constraints, ask questions to help narrow down possibilities. So I think at a moment like this, especially when one is frustrated, it does pay to think about what does a solution look like. So Jonathan Warner's theory is that when we assemble all the boxes, all the things in the boxes, and then that's contingent on the idea that we can get all these boxes in these 4 cubby holes. The idea is then that we're going to have one cubby hole that's got 4 in it. One and only one cubby hole with 4 digits in it. And then we can read those digits in that cubby hole off from top to bottom, left to right. So you could ask yourself, is that possible? Is it possible that we're going to have 4 digits in one cubby hole that are unambiguously arranged? Like, this can't possibly be the 4 digits because this works just as well. You'd have to have not just one cubby hole with 4 digits, but one cubby hole that can only be arranged in one unique order. That's one theory of what the answer could be. We've got some other constraints here that are interesting. First of all, this one feels to us like it's got to be stacked vertically, and the number is written vertically. That suggests to us that the number tells us the orientation, so we don't have to worry about trying these in different orientations. At least that's a suggestion. But we've got a problem because anytime one dimension is the same, like here the 4 and the 3 dimension the same, that cannot be part of our solution because those could be moved around. So another possibility I was thinking originally is we don't have some boxes left over, but that doesn't work because we're clearly not going to have 4 boxes left over. Let's take a look at the chat. Since there are 4 shelves, maybe summing each one, but then it's so easy to get over 10. Zero has none, 4 has too many, 2 and 5 have the same. There are 4 shelves, 4 cubbies, 1, 2, 3, 4. That could give you 4 digits, but on what order would you read them? Would you read it like this if you're asking for each one in here? And then you could get a 4-digit number by saying how many things are in this cubby, how many things are in this cubby, how many things are in here. Here, that seems awkward. Let's see what other theories we have. So, and Tina says the number of printed symbols might give the order. That's interesting idea. So, in other words, if you look at this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 symbols here. 4 symbols here, 4 symbols here. What, 0 symbols here? So if you guess that this was like this, that would give you a unique number of symbols in this whole thing. But then we've got the problem of how do we fit this in? Like, do you really think it's possible to fit all these things in these shelves? I feel like there's not enough free space to do it, but maybe I'm wrong. That's a pretty tight fit in there. What about this? Does that fit in there? maybe. That's a pretty tight fit there. But then what goes here? Can that go there? No. That could go there, though. That could go there. That can't go there anymore. I suppose this could convince you that, okay, there is enough space for everything. Alright, so I'm stuck doing what I said I didn't want to do, which is just flailing about without figuring out how it could give us a viable answer. Let me check in with the chat theories. The barcodes, the 100.23.18, those are just numbers that are used to tell you what room it goes back in. So these numbers are just for sorting things back into their envelopes. So what's our bigger picture theory? Bigger picture imagination is that we get to a point, we line all this up, we find one cubby with 4 numbers in it, and we order them by the number of symbols on it. That just doesn't sit well with me. There's a lot of gap here with this 8, but there doesn't seem to be a way to avoid that. Stack them nicely on the only free shelf. Let's look at a hint. Yeah. Now, normally I would say no, 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 but this game I've learned that I'm just going to make myself angry if I resist looking up hints. Here's hint number 1. Hint number 1 says, there should be no gaps left between the boxes on the bottom right shelf once you are done stacking. So that does seem to confirm our theory that that it's the bottom right shelf that's key. What if it's like this? What if the order of the digits doesn't tell us anything? And then what if it's the theory that isn't this the same as this? Those are identical. This box and this box are identical, this 2 and the 4 in size. So anytime you see the 2, you could replace it with the 4. So that would suggest that that's can't be right. But if we then order by number of symbols, then this would be first, second, third, fourth. That's assuming we can pack the rest of these things in, which we can't, I don't think. But maybe we don't have to care about that for now. Maybe we can, not really. Yeah, I suppose. Okay, so I suppose, no, there's this one missing. All right, well, I can't stack them all in, but let me just see. We're just going to leave this here while we look at hints. Let's see what Jonathan Warner says. I don't like the idea you can rotate all the boxes, but I guess it works. I mean, that's one way to fill this, but you could put the 4 in place of the 2 anytime you wanted. So that shouldn't work. This shouldn't be allowed. But if you were going to do it in the order of symbols, it would be 5, 3, 2, 4. That can't be the answer, but let's just look it up. No, that's not the right answer. All right. It's definitely not the right answer, but it's time to go to the hints because I don't like this game. All right. 9787. Let's see if it's going to explain a little better about what it has in mind. The next hint says, the digits of the code will be visible on the boxes on the top shelf. Read them from left to right. Okay, so I suppose that we could have thought about the idea that if it's one of these linear shelves, we could just read from left to right. But it's claiming that we can get 4 digits in here. How is that possible? How do we get 4 digits? Is it including this? Is that the idea? That surely those 2 go up there. And the question is just what 2 would we put in here? I guess that fits. All right, so that's got to be the right answer if it wants us to read across. And then I guess it's suggesting that the rest of these, so maybe it's suggesting that's the only way to fill that top row. And then what? Then this has to go in at an angle somewhere. I don't see how the rest of these fit, but all right. Let's see if it's 1505. I mean, it might not be one. It does seem like it's 1505. Let's see what the solution to this is. Let's see if it's going to show us how to do this. Nine, 7, 8, 7. Okay, well, here is the solution. Let's take a look. So the answer is 1505, which is what we've got there. Now let's see how it wanted the other stuff packed in. So it said you could put the 9 here, and the 2, then the 4. I guess that does kind of work. And then the 3 at an angle. So you are allowed to rotate these any way you want. Then the 8 goes there. Then the 7. Then the 4. All right, well, in fairness, they do all fit in there. So assuming that's the only way you can put them in, and then read across here. So in fairness, if we had stuck with it and found a way to put those in, rotating them at any angle, then maybe it would have been natural for us to imagine reading across the top. The real problem here is not the nature of this puzzle. The real problem is how it's been explained to us what to do. If it just told us, hey, put all these boxes in all of these 4 cubby holes, rotating them any way you want, then we would at least understand the challenge. But with the text, with the explanation being wrong, being confusing, with the rules of what we're allowed to do with the boxes being confusing, it just adds up to frustration. But you can see why all of our logic worked against us, because we thought, okay, it's going to have to be one. How would we pick which numbers to use? And we use logic to say, well, it's going to have to be this compartment because that's the only one where you're going to get 4 things in it. And the game just said, we don't have to have a logical reason why you would combine this with this. It's just that when you fill it out, that'll be a natural reading order. Okay, well, it is what it is. It is what it is. If the instructions had been better, then maybe we wouldn't have minded solving it and then just worrying about how to read off the numbers later. But it's the combination of bad instructions. All right. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Ironically, it's puzzles like this where we are suffering that are more useful to have up on YouTube, because someone is going to be in their home suffering, angry, like me, angry at a puzzle. They're going to get online and they're going to be like, I need someone to share my anger with. And they will be able to watch this video and say, yes, thank you. Thank you for being angry with me. There is some human nature that appreciates not being anger alone. What misery loves company. And when they see that I'm also angry, they'll be less angry. Because that's how anger and frustration works. You get frustrated because you're mad at yourself. When they see that I'm also mad, they'll be like, oh, okay. I don't have to take full responsibility on myself. Okay, 1505. Let's get this guy out of here. And hopefully he will be able to make the elevator fall and his wife will get punished, because not only did she trap him in the asylum, but she created this puzzle. Here we go, 1505. You carefully stack the boxes on the shelf. That is not English for shelf. Those weren't shelves. There were 4 shelves, maybe. Okay, and then we freed the door. The logic of that doesn't... Do you guys think... Were we stacking the boxes that were blocking the doorway that didn't look like the boxes we were stacking? Okay, we exit the building. You decide to take a closer look at the fence. 1778. That was the other confusing thing. Was that really supposed to be the boxes that we were stacking, but they didn't look anything like it? Okay, let's take a closer look at the fence. Suddenly you see a dark form crouching on top of the fence. It's Peter. Peter! Psst. It's me, Michael. It's our brother we're talking to, I guess. 4299. So we've crossed paths with the other person that we escaped not too long ago. Peter, how did you get up there? Can you help me? Peter hesitates for a moment, but it's long enough to make you doubt him. Michael says, Peter, I understand you thought the worst about me. I'm sorry. My wife was behind all of this. Just want to make sure we didn't have any cards we were supposed to replace, because we do know this. I mean, Peter knows this. My wife was behind all of this. I didn't know. She locked us both in here, and now she's planning to run off with our inheritance. But we will stop her. Together. We just need to get out of here before the guards notice we are gone, and then we will get our revenge. Peter considers this new information for a moment, then nods in agreement and drops the rope down. Remember, that's the rope. Where's the rope? That's the rope that we got on our playthrough of Chapter 6. So we dropped it down. We did need it. Okay, 393. It is fun how there's this overlap of storylines. I do appreciate that. Oh, looks like we reached the end here. You grab the rope and start climbing the wall. Michael, thank you, Peter. I'm so happy to see you. I was worried about you. Peter says, well, if you were so worried, why didn't you visit me? Michael, I would have, but Suzanne locked me up on the same day you were admitted to the clinic. Yeah? I saw your personal file. You were admitted only 2 days ago. If you're lying to me about this, you must be lying about everything else. Michael, you idiot. I shouldn't have locked you up in there. I should have staged an accident, just like I did with our stupid father. You did what? In rage, Peter shoves you hard and your grip on the rope slips. You only have a moment to realize what happened before you fall down inside the fence. The end. Okay, wait a second. So there is a replacement card for 393. So The last card. This is so remember what happened here. I put these cards away after our playthrough of chapter 6. And it's possible that 393 we were told to replace. So let's just see here what's going on. How did you get up here? Peter, which is our player that we played through on the first playthrough. Michael says, my wife was behind it. Peter considers this new information. He drops down the rope. So I don't know if we were told to replace 393 on our playthrough, and I've forgotten. But let's see if we don't. So these are the two possible paths. So one path is the one we just read. We grab the rope, we climb up. Peter says, if you were so worried, why didn't you visit me? And he says, I would have, if Suzanne locked me up on the same day you were admitted to the clinic. Then Peter, the guy from chapter 6, says, I saw your personal file. You were admitted only 2 days ago. You're lying to me about this. You must be lying about everything else. And then Michael says, you idiot. I shouldn't have locked you up in here. I should have killed you like I did our father. You did what? And then he kills us. Nicholas says, I just checked the chapter 6 stream and we did replace the card. And then I see it says that it's lost connection with the chat. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so Nicola is saying that we actually did replace the card. So this isn't the ending we should have. This is the ending we should have. That's fine. I still don't quite understand what's happened here, though. He's saying, we saw your file. You're lying about being locked up the same time you were. So he catches him lying. And then Michael, which is us. Is Michael us? Michael, who's... Michael is us. Peter, how did you get up there? Can you help me? So we're Michael. And here we confess that we've killed our father. And he pushes us and he kills us. Michael, who is us, the character we're playing. I think maybe this ending might be when he's lost his mind. Or something. But our character is admitting he killed his father and saying he wanted to kill this other guy, or his brother, and his brother then kills us. So the question is, this is our ending, but why does it change? Let's read it. You grab the rope, start climbing the wall. When we say, thank you, Peter, I'm so glad to see you. I was worried about you. And then he says, if you're so worried, why didn't you visit me? Michael says, I would have, but Suzanne told me you weren't allowed any visitors. When I was told I could finally see you, I came straight away. Little did I know they would lock me up as well. Peter says, I never liked Suzanne. I'm sorry I didn't search for you, but I didn't know you were where you were. So I decided to contact your lawyer just like you asked in your note. You throw the rope over the fence, climb down on the other side. You embrace your brother, happy to be reunited. Now that you've reconciled with your brother, you can start a new chapter in your life. So this is the ending we're supposed to get. nice happy ending where we're reconciled with our brother, and when we say that it was Suzanne that told us, that orchestrated things wrong. But on what basis? What did we do that had us replace this card? And is the difference in ending that in one we tell the truth and get killed, and in the other we lie and have a happy ending? Or is the way to understand this is that this path, our memory has not been recovered, and so we're inventing stuff? Like, it's a very weird situation where you would think that the happy ending would be he knows the truth and says it. Like, he explains Suzanne, and that's why they're fine. And then you would expect in this one, he doesn't know the truth, and he wouldn't have an answer. But that's not what's happened here. In this explanation, he lies about it. And when confronted, he says, I wish I had killed you like I killed our father. Nicola has the idea that this is a planted memory. So we replaced the card when we gave him the potion, is that right? Because that would make sense. That they weren't just wiping out his memory, they were planting a fake memory, so that this is the answer you get when you don't recover his real memory. He has a fake memory, which he reveals. All right, well, we got the good ending because we recovered him. But Nicholas says, nope, that's not what happened. Well, Nicholas says we replaced this card once we decided to rescue the brother. But I think that's still consistent. Remember, we got the card when we decided to rescue the brother, but the game may have known at that point that we were going to rescue him by curing him. So it's quite possible. I think that's the good way to look at it. I think that ending is right. This is the ending you get when you recover his memory. I mean, this is the good ending that we get, is when you recover his memory. And this is when you don't rescue him and he gets out on his own, but he's got a false implanted memory. That would make some logical sense. All right. A questionable game with some rough edges. That was a weird set of alternate endings. If the story does tend to play out with false implanted memories, then those two endings would make sense. Although that means you could get a weird unhappy ending where the guy dies just because you chose not to rescue the brother. I suppose that's okay. All right, so we're gonna stop here. 3 hours and 37 minutes. I mean, like I want to play another 2 chapters, but I know we can't. That's when I break out. Then that's when the alcohol has to come out and frustrations go overboard. But I think what we may try to do is finish this game up this weekend. I don't know if I'll be able to play tomorrow night. I can't commit because I've got some real life friends that have booked movies. If I don't go, I get yelled at. Let's see what the chat says. The folding puzzle's weird. Why not put that in an envelope as something cut out that you can fold? Yes, that's a great point. How many chapters are there? Like Jonathan, that's a great point. That should have been in an envelope that you can fold. Although I suppose the trick, it wanted to make it a mental puzzle that you would have to solve mentally. If we have time, could we see the garage puzzle? I'm not going, assuming we'll not see it in the future. That's the only thing. I'm not sure if we would see it, if we're going to see it in the future. So let's not look at it. But if you remind me when we finish the game, I'd be happy to look at it. Okay. So there's 10 chapters in total. So we've got 2 chapters left. That means 1 more session. So if we didn't replace any card. No, it's true. We didn't replace any card. I guess that's suggesting that you're saying that we're not going to get that garage puzzle again. So I guess we won't see the garage puzzle. All right, you guys want to see the garage puzzle, huh? All right, if you want to open the garage door 8494. So this would have been the puzzle. You think there's just 2? You think it's giving you a choice of what puzzle you want to attack? Why would it do that? I don't understand that. All right, but here is the other puzzle. You decide to try to stack the wooden pallets to open the garage door. You climb inside the forklift. The key is already in the ignition. You turn the key and start the engine. There are 25 pallets. There are 4 metal beams protruding from one side and 4 holes for the metal beams on the other side of each wooden pallet. How would you put them together? So it's this puzzle with the wooden pallets. Not the boxes. Okay, it says 25 pallets. 25 pallets. They are double-sided. Okay. 25 pallets, 4 metal beams protruding from one side, and 4 holes for the metal beams on the other side. There are 4 metal beams protruding from one side. Does that mean of the forklift? Four holes for the metal beams on the other side of each. They all have different patterns, but what is it even saying about 4 metal holes, 4 metal beams, 4 holes? What are we looking at here? What are these dots? What is this? What are we supposed to understand about this? 4 metal beams protruding from one side, 4 holes for the metal beam in the other. How do you put them together? I'm not sure I really understand what it's saying. Feels like this should be straightforward in explaining how the world works. Like it's a forklift picking up pallets. Let me see. Is the chat figured out what these means? It will form numbers on the sides of cards when you put them together, maybe. Are the cards the same? They are certainly not the same. In fact, there's one card with this weird thing on it. Seems like this might be at the top. Handprints on some. So some of the cards are the same. Different on both sides. I guess I don't really understand the rules, the description. And it reads as if you should understand it. Like when you read this, hey, yeah, you should look at this. You can obviously see there are 4 metal beams, and yeah, you can see the 4 holes where they go in. And I'm looking at it like, what are you talking about? What even are these? I'm glad we didn't pick this one. This one feels more frustrating. We're going to stack the pallets. So we're going to stack them at some point. It is an interesting idea to think that we're going to look at the edges. But I don't see anything on the edges. That's not really going to work for us, I don't think. Although you could try to do it this way. Try to look, but I don't. I suppose you could get digits. Yeah, okay. So I suppose when you stack it up, you could look at the digit here, then the digit here, then the digit here, if that's right. Why is that only 3 though? 1, 2, 3, and then this would be your 4th one maybe? So I think that makes sense to look at the edges, but I don't understand. Then you'd just be looking for an order of these, but I just wish it did some job of explaining what it was talking about. Let's see. Chat says, looks to me there are holes in shapes on some, and there are rises of the same shape, so it looks like they would stack. I think you put the card top John summary so that the beams on the top of one card match the holes on the beams of the other. So you're saying that these are 3-dimensional beams rising up. Okay, now I see. These circles are the beams. And these have to go in it. And then what order would they go? No, I don't. And these are 3-dimensional things. What does that have to do with wooden pallets? Looking at one side, turn it over and you'll see the beams. I am curious to see if this chat can explain to me what on earth we are looking at. There are 4 metal beams protruding from one. You turn the key, start the engine. There are 25 pallets. So these are the pallets. 25 pallets. There are 25 pallets. There are 4 metal beams protruding from one side and 4 holes for the beams on the other side. So we're saying that one side has beams and one side has holes. So you think that what? This is the side with beams and this is the side with holes? There are 4 metal beams, so you think it's 1, 2, 3, 4 protruding from one side and 4 holes for the beams on the other side. So you're saying that we're stacking these on some beams. Why wouldn't it just have 4 cutouts of this shape? So you're saying we have to stack. You match one card with the next one. So just to make sure we understand, you're saying take a given card. This is the back. Do you have to find a starting back where there's none? No. Okay, you find this. This is the bottom or the top? I don't know. And now you're saying the thing that goes on top of it has to match how? Has to have identical? Is it, that's what it can be? It can rotate? But does it ever change? Is that what these X's are going to be, where they change? H, H, L, L. I don't understand, though. If they're all the same on the bottom and the top, which they seem to be, H, H, O, L, H, H, O, L, they're all the same. So help explain, explain to me how you stack them. Start with the card with arrows on it. Okay. Now, is your claim that I have to find a matching symbol to this? All right. Just looking at the mount side. Here's one we might want to set aside. It's working for 2 O's and H. Okay, so here's a matching brown. Maybe the hand is a helpful clue. So both of these match it. Okay, so you're saying I put this on top of this now, right? Is that what we want though? We want these to be on top of each other? All right. And then now that the brown side up, are you saying we want a white side up now that matches that? Are you sure you don't mean that they should all be stacked? Are you sure you don't mean that we need to have a white stack? I'm going to go for the hints. What am I doing? This is ridiculous. 8494. Why am I trying to do it when we can look at the hints for our explanation? Always white side up. That makes sense. Okay. You need to stack the palette in such a way that the shapes on top of each palette match the shapes on the bottom of the palette that goes on top of it. The shapes on the top match the shapes at the bottom of the palette. Okay, that makes sense. 8494. Once you stack the palettes, try looking at the stack from different angles. Okay, that was what we said. The only thing that's confusing me is the idea that it doesn't change, but maybe that's the key, that it does change. Let's just get one. So yeah, so we have to find one that matches it, a brown that matches it, but in the reverse position. So 2 O's. Just find one. I can wrap my head around it. So let's see. That doesn't quite work. How about that? No. Maybe the problem is this is the top, so maybe this doesn't have a match. I need to find a double O, but there's only one double O, or two double O's, but not, oh, here's another one, let's see. Let's look up the solution and see what it says. Okay. You need to stack the pallets in the following order: 9, 3, 33, 34. Okay, let's just, they all have numbers. Okay, so that's 9. That's the one you did say to start with. And then it wanted number 3. Well, here's number 3. All right, so let's see how it intended for us to stack these two and why I was having such a hard time. So there's 9. Okay, so it's saying this should stack on this like this, like you're alternating. Is that what's happening? Because this side doesn't match. Does it? Oh, maybe it does. Yeah, okay, this side matches this way. Which also matches here. Okay, so this one went on top of here. And then we found this one. So at some point these have got to change pattern though, right? Because here we go again. This one goes on top of this, right? So these are all identical patterns. So then we want another identical pattern. So here's our 4th identical pattern. Okay. Now it wants card 7. Okay, here's card 7. Identical. No, okay, now card 7 is not identical. All right, so let's understand how this non-identical one is going to work. This should be on top of this. So what's going on here? How are we allowed to put this on top of this? Is it because it matches it here? Yes, okay. So here was the confusing part. These are identical cards on the front and the back. Identical on the front and back, identical on the front and back, identical on the front and back, which made us conclude that there was no way the pattern was ever going to change. But it looks like occasionally a card has a different thing on the front and the back. This one has 2 O's, an H, and an L, like this. But then when you get here, you got 2 H's, an O, and an L. So in this case, you can match the bottom, can go on top and start a new pattern. Then presumably we're going to have a bunch of identicals here, and then before the pattern switches. So The real problem I have is just understanding what is the physics here. What's happening? This fits on this because there's grooves and then it changes when it's here. Like what physical item is this? What wooden pallet on what, in what universe is this a thing? Okay. That's okay. We spent our time and we spent an extra half an hour. The cards represent crates with holes on one side and beams bolted on the other side. That's an insane thing to exist. Okay. Doesn't matter. I don't like this game. It rubs me the wrong way. I'm curious to keep playing it, but just when I think, okay, it's not so bad, it reminds me that I don't like it. But not everyone in the channel agrees with me. Some of you seem to be appreciating these puzzles. And Tina says this was a better puzzle than the boxes. I don't think I agree with that, but I don't like either of them. Okay, that's okay. They can't all be winners. We're going to stop here. I may go ahead tomorrow. I sure like this new system where I look at the hints, because playing this game without hints doesn't seem that fun to me. All right. Deep breath. Everything's okay. Nicholas says, I would have enjoyed doing this puzzle if I could manipulate the cards. Well, I do. This is of all the games we stream, this feels like one of the ones that really needed physical manipulation. It's amazing to me that you guys have the ability to sit with me for these and play this. Okay, so we're going to stop here. John says no mug book this weekend. Yeah, I think probably no mug book on Saturday morning. Although I reserve the right to figure out. It may be that my sleep schedule's messed up on Friday night, and if I don't stream on Friday night, there's a good chance we'll do mug book on Saturday, but no, because I want to give enough notice for that. All right, we're just going to end here. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out offline. Keep your eye on the channel if you want to join us. I really do appreciate Nicola and Tina, everyone else. Antonella dropped by, Jonathan, who helped play the 2 chapters tonight. These don't quite resonate with me, but it is interesting to, like, we are learning how ideas, what puzzles are used and what to keep an eye open for. All right, let's stop there. I'll see you on the next stream. I'm not sure when it will be. It could be tomorrow night. It could be Saturday, but I am having a live Q&A on Sunday afternoon at 3 p.m., assuming the Dear Holmes letter does not arrive before then. I'll see you all on the next video.